Good morning, everyone, and thank you so much for logging on this morning to be part of this special day. My name is Joe Everett, and I'm the president and CEO of this great organization, the Opportunity Alliance. And today is a very special day for us as we come together to celebrate Raise, our one-day virtual fundraiser. This important event really is about celebrating our communities, supporting our mission, and more importantly, raising funds to help our friends and neighbors in need in our communities. Um, we are really thrilled to be here today. And throughout the day, you will see live streams and content posted on our social media channels. So please, throughout the day, check in on our website, Facebook, and other social media outlets so that you can join in. So let me now start by talking a little bit about the services offered by the Opportunity Alliance and who we are as an organization. So we have a very interesting history. So let me start back in 1965 when the organization was born. So the Opportunity Alliance is a comprehensive human service organization and the local community action organization in Cumberland County. And we have deep roots and a long history of providing services to folks. And the organization was born as a result of Lyndon Johnson's War on Poverty in 1965. And around that time, a lot of anti-poverty programs like community action agencies, Head Start programs, neighborhood centers, foster grandparent programs were born to really help with sort of the severe poverty that was happening at that time. So we've been around since 1965 and support about 20,000 Mainers each year. So it's a really important resource for people in our community. We can't do it alone, so we like to have events like this to support the mission of the organization, and as I mentioned, to also support the folks in need and our most vulnerable citizens. So the organization, as I said, is our local community action organization and is really made up of four different areas. So the first is economic supports for people who have financial challenges. And those services include programming like the Heating Assistance Program, also the Foster Grandparent Program, Senior Companion Program, all those supports that live under an umbrella that help people with financial support. We also operate the Family and Early Childhood Education Program area, and that is essentially services that are geared toward children birth to 5. And that includes our Head Start, Early Head Start, child care services that we've actually been providing since 1965. The other area, and a large area for us, is our mental health and wellness for adults and children area. And those services range from case management, care coordination, to services for homeless youth, to the main crisis line, to the local mental health crisis program, but really are a broad array of services that really are intended to help people who are struggling with mental health issues. So you may have heard of the main crisis line, and that is a service that is available statewide and is operated by the Opportunity Alliance in partnership with the state of Maine. And is also a very important resource, and has been a very important resource during the COVID-19 pandemic. The last area is our community building work. And you're going to hear more from Brittany. One of our amazing staff will be up later to talk about that work. But that's really community building work that happens in neighborhoods to help neighbors strengthen their communities. We do a lot of resident-led community building that Brittany will talk more about, but just some amazing work happening in those areas. So the Opportunity Alliance is a really important organization in the area. We are primarily located in southern Maine and have operations all over southern Maine. And as I mentioned, we support about 20,000 Mainers each year and have been around for a long time. So you may, another piece of history, you may not have recognized the name the Opportunity Alliance because we've had a few other names. So the Opportunity Alliance is the result of 3 legacy organizations that date back to 1965 coming together to form the Opportunity Alliance. And we really are an alliance. So Youth Alternatives was a child welfare youth and family serving organization in southern Maine, and it merged with Ingraham, which was an adult mental health organization. And then those organizations merged with PROP, People's Regional Opportunity Program, in 2011 to form the Opportunity Alliance. And it's been just a fantastic marriage, and really now brings together a lot of great services and resources for people under one roof. So we are able to help families and children, adults, seniors, all sort of in an effort to sort of reduce poverty. Community action agencies, as I mentioned, have a real focus on reducing poverty and operate a lot of sort of anti-poverty programs. So that's sort of a broad overview of the organization. But let me sort of spend a little time talking about the COVID-19 pandemic and what that's been like in our community and the organization. So we are living in one of the most, if not the most difficult time in our history with COVID-19, the COVID-19 pandemic, and now most recently with the tragic death of George Floyd in Minneapolis. And it's really sort of left our community reeling and trying to make sense of everything. Really wrapping our head around the level of racism that happens. And it's really tough times, and I think it really makes people afraid and anxious. So the Opportunity Alliance, starting back about 12 weeks ago when the governor implemented the emergency declaration in March, we really modified our service delivery system and ensuring that we didn't have any interruptions or disruption in our service delivery system. So we really have been focused on making sure that people in need get the services and the resources they need. We operate 211 Maine, which is Maine's information referral system. And that service has been front and center, so to speak, working closely with the Maine CDC, the governor's office, to make sure that people have real-time information. So if you do have questions about COVID-19, please feel free to dial 211, and we have very kind, dedicated staff who are available to answer the calls 24/7. And we really are working with folks around basic needs. You know, the public health crisis quickly turned into an economic crisis. So if people are finding themselves struggling with economic issues, please dial 211, and they'll help direct you to resources for that as well. Just really important to know that there are services and resources out there for everyone in our community. 211 is statewide. The Maine Crisis Line is statewide. The Maine Crisis Line phone number is 888-568-1112. And I encourage you not to think that you are alone. So if you need resources right now, please reach out. Back to the tragic death of George Floyd, it's really upsetting. It's really saddening. I think the range of emotions that we are all feeling around racism, oppression, discrimination is somewhat overwhelming. So I also encourage people to reach out. And if you're struggling with that and really want to talk more about that, please reach out to us as well. And we would be glad to support you in any way that we can. So I want to talk a little bit about ways that you can support us today. So as I mentioned, this is Raise, our one-day virtual fundraiser, and we can't be together in person as planned due to COVID-19. So staff and volunteers and many community partners have come together to put on this amazing event, and I'm extremely excited about today. First time in our history doing the event virtually. But a lot of good planning has gone into the day, and I think you're going to really enjoy the content and I think the inspiration of the day. You're going to get the opportunity to hear from staff and community members about the work that we do at the Opportunity Alliance, but also the support that we have from different people in the community. So I think it's going to be a really interesting day. This is our first year doing the event as Raise. It has a long history. It was called Barn Raising because anyone who's been to our location is actually in South Portland is the old Maine Youth Center barn, which was built in 1900. So, and we are sort of in the barn raising business in that we really help people to, our mission is very simple. We really work with with individuals to build better lives and stronger communities. So today we want to raise up our community, and we really hope that you come together with us to help us with raising funds for our community and neighbors most vulnerable. And we never know when we may need resources and services. So let me talk about ways that you can help today and ways that you can donate. So you can donate by clicking the donate button on the screen in front of you. You can also text 50155 and you'll receive a prompt to donate via your mobile device. And you can also donate by dialing 207-523-5026. And a volunteer will be happy to sort of accept your donation. So please consider donating. I know there's lots of opportunities to help the community, but today is really an important day for both the opportunity and our community and serving people and ensuring that we have the resources to serve people. So lastly, I just would really like to take a moment to thank our sponsors. Today's event would not be possible without the generous partnerships, friendships, and ongoing support that we have from very generous sponsors who stand with us year after year, day after day to make sure that we deliver the mission, the services that we provide to people in need. So let me just express my sincere gratitude and appreciation to our catalyst sponsor, TD Bank. And TD Bank has been with us for many years supporting the work that we do. And our visionary sponsors, Kaposa Tile, Clark Insurance, Gorham Savings Bank, and Harvard Pilgrim Healthcare. There are also many, many sponsors on your screen, and I encourage you to sort of take note of those sponsors. And also, if you actually work with any of these sponsors, please let them know that you saw that they were a sponsor, and thank you for their support in this event, because it's really important that their sponsorship means a lot to us. So with that, I am going to turn the day over to the next staff person that will be speaking about the services. So I'm very happy to introduce you to Brittany Sampson, who's our leader of the resident-led community work that we do here at TOA. So I'm thrilled to have Brittany with us today talking about the great work that we're doing in neighborhoods. And I think you will find the information that Brittany shares with you very inspiring and very informative. So again, thank you so much for being with us on this very special day for the Opportunity Alliance. And thank you for your ongoing generosity.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us this morning. My name is Brittany Sampson, and I am the Neighborhood Network Coordinator here at the Opportunity Alliance. I am excited to take part in today's event to provide an inside look at resident-led community building, work that is helping right now during the pandemic, during an ever-growing need in our communities. I have the absolute honor of serving as the supervisor for our resident-led community building team here at TOA. I want to take a moment and celebrate them by saying their names out loud for all the hard work they do. Mary Allen, Sana Abdul-Jabbar, Nikki Anderson, Jeannie McDonald Johnson, and Prosper Lahambali. They are an inspiring and tireless team, and they have been supporting literally hundreds of families during this pandemic. Before the pandemic, the community builders staffed what we call neighborhood resource hubs, located right in the neighborhoods we serve. We have hubs in Portland, South Portland, and Westbrook. They are true welcome centers where folks can stop by to visit, get connected, and really get connected to each other as well as resources, and also a chance for neighbors to volunteer. Our hub motto is posted in all the hubs, and it says, "Welcome to your neighborhood resource hub, where everyone is welcome, everyone is equal, and everyone has something to offer." Before COVID-19, these hubs were buzzing with activities. For example, We had weekly produce and bread banks, English classes, playgroups for infants and their caregivers. We worked closely to assist with summer lunches, as well as neighbor-led art classes for children. Over the past many years of community building, the activities and events have been varied and wonderful. The community builders meet with the people who live in the neighborhood and ask them what they would like to have the hub used for. It becomes a community center that keeps evolving as more neighbors get involved. In many locations, we also held monthly community meals where neighbors could share a no-cost meal and enjoy each other's company. We always made sure to celebrate the good news in the neighborhoods as well as opportunities. It was a chance to get to know each other. I will always remember in Westbrook, after a year of doing meals, a young boy raised his hand to share with a group of about 60 people. "I'm not afraid of the dark anymore." And everyone in the room applauded. It was such a beautiful moment. We are all missing being able to interact in person for sure, but I have been absolutely inspired to see the community builders make the best of even this situation. We believe the families we serve are the ones who know best what they need, and ideally are actually the ones who lead the work. Our model encourages empowering the neighbors to use their strengths and gifts, even as they're receiving help. This ignites both confidence and balance in the relationships we cherish. It builds on the most barrier-free networks and creates neighborhood pride and sustainability. We try very hard to listen intently to both the struggles and the strengths and serve as cheerleaders and connectors between neighbors and each other and neighbors and the greater community. In South Portland, our most established location, we have a great example of this practice. The neighbors themselves have been the key organizers and volunteers, both for a weekly 100 meal distribution effort, as well as the monthly mobile food pantry where we partner with Wayside that last month served 160 families. They're the faces and the voices of the neighbors we serve, and I am incredibly humbled to see them handing out food with a smile on their face and asking everyone, "How are you doing?" The food distribution days have become a community building event where folks are visiting with each other 6 feet apart with masks on. You can't stop people from trying to connect, but there are many ways to encourage that connection. And that is what community building is all about. Community building work during the pandemic has been really very varied, and it has not been limited to, but here's some examples. We've delivered food, diapers, masks, and hand sanitizers right to the homes of folks. The community builders have made countless phone calls to check up on neighbors and families, make sure they have everything they need, and feel connected during this time. Community builders have also been tireless in researching best practices for accessing unemployment benefits, SNAP benefits, and countless other necessities. They have also been collaborating with a multitude of like-minded providers to cross-pollinate resources and information. For example, Maine Access Immigrant Network, Wayside Food Pantry, school districts in all the communities, Maine Equal Justice, and DHHS. The community builders are the gurus of resources in their community and constantly updating everyone and getting the word out about opportunities. They're always also the ones listening to the hard stories and patiently offering a kind word. They build trust and relationships. Today, one of our community builders was describing waving to a child inside a home as she delivered diapers. And she said, "We must be the hope. We cannot give up on anyone, especially now. I really appreciate your time this morning. And if you would like more information about community building or the team, please feel free to email me. My email is on the screen right now, and we appreciate all the support. And now I'm going to review once more how you can support the mission of Community Builders and all the other programs at our agency. You can click the Donate Now button on the screen and give securely via our website. You can text the word opportunity to 50155 and receive a prompt to donate via your mobile device. Or you can call us at 207-523-5056, and a volunteer will help you with a monetary donation over a secure phone line. Your donations will directly support the most vulnerable in our community through the over 46 programs at the Opportunity Alliance throughout Cumberland and York counties. We thank you. Be sure to follow along with us today on our Facebook page and YouTube channel, where we'll be sharing lots of content about the important work we do. You can also visit our website event page at theopportunityalliance.org/raise for event updates. Next up this morning at 10:30, come back for an interview with an amazing volunteer in our foster grandparent program. We'll also be sharing details about our senior companion program and how you can get involved. Thanks again.
Welcome back, everyone. My name is Joe Everett, and I am the President and CEO of the Opportunity Alliance. Thank you for joining us for RAISE, our one-day virtual fundraiser to support the mission of our agency and allow us to continue to meet the growing needs of our community. All the funds raised will directly support the Opportunity Alliance's efforts to care for the most vulnerable in our community. I want to thank everyone who is taking the time to participate today and recognize that everyone who is donating is making a positive difference and helping us expand our impact here in Cumberland County and beyond. Throughout the day, we will be live streaming and posting content on our social media channels, highlighting our many programs and services. Be sure to check out the schedules of event on our website and on our Facebook page. I would like to take a moment to recognize our Catalyst sponsor, TD Bank, for their support today. Here is our friend Larry Wald, Maine President at TD Bank, with a few words.
Hi, I'm Larry Wold, President of TD Bank in Maine, and I'm excited to be part of the Opportunity Alliance's first ever virtual barn raising. And in a lot of ways, this is really nothing new for the Opportunity Alliance. They have a decades-long track record of adjusting and adapting and figuring out what our community needs and coming up with some creative and effective way to deliver that to the community. So I have no doubt they will continue to do that through this current crisis that we're going through. I really think of them as the old friend in the neighborhood who, no matter what you need help with, you can knock on their door and they'll figure out a way to help you. So I know TD Bank will continue to support our old friend, the Opportunity Alliance. I hope you will too, and I look forward to seeing you all at the Real Barn on Lydia Lane in 2021. Thanks, stay safe, and be well.
It is now time to welcome Susan Levine, Director of our Foster Grandparent and Senior Companion Programs. Hello, Susan.
Hi there. Hi, good morning. My name is Susan Levine, and I am the Director of the Foster Grandparent and Senior Companion Programs at the Opportunity Alliance. And I'm really honored to be here today, to be part of today's events, to provide a closer look into these valuable programs that are just doing so much throughout Southern Maine. The Foster Grandparent and Senior Companion Programs have many opportunities for older adults interested in volunteering in either Cumberland, York, and parts of Oxford counties. The foster grandparents are volunteering in 45 schools, child development centers, and Head Starts, working one-on-one with children in classrooms under the supervision of teachers. And our senior companions, they are friendly home visitors to other older adults, helping to increase their socialization while making sure their needs are met to enable them to continue living independently. Both programs provide significant benefits for those able to volunteer at least 10 hours a week and whose income is under 200% of poverty, because we include a non-taxable stipend, travel, and meal reimbursements, training, ongoing learning opportunities. If you're interested in learning more about these opportunities, the volunteer opportunities, please give us a call at 773-0202. and 773-0202, or you can check us out on the Opportunity Alliance website. So now I'm excited to introduce to all of you one of our extraordinary and longtime volunteers, foster grandparent Fran Seeley. Hey, Fran.
Hi, Susan. Hi, Susan. So glad to be here today.
Well, thanks very much for joining me. I'm really glad you're here. Fran, I have a few questions for you that I think people will be interested in hearing the answers to. And so first off, how long have you been volunteering and what inspired you to volunteer?
I've been volunteering as a foster grandparent for 18 years now. And when I first heard about the foster grandparent program, I was at a stage in my life where I just needed a purpose. I went to a presentation, a recruitment presentation. A friend introduced me to that about the foster grandparent program. And when I heard about what this amazing program did for both children and older adults, I knew that was for me.
Oh, that's terrific. Well, why don't you tell us a little bit about your day as a foster grandparent in the classroom?
Right now, I am volunteering at Riverton School with kindergarten. And my day begins with greeting the kiddos as they come in. And, you know, that's a great way of knowing how they're feeling for the day. Some are all perky, others might have, little things bothering them. And just by talking to them and settling them down emotionally and socially, they're ready for learning. But first, we have breakfast. And for breakfast, they eat in the classroom, and I will hear all sorts of little things going on, like, Grammy friend, can you open my banana? Grammy friend, can you open my cereal? And we try to help the kiddos to do things for themselves, so I show them how to do it. And 3 months later, I'm still hearing, Grammy friend, will you open my banana? But anyway, sometimes some of the kiddos have breakfast finished before others. And they will come to me with their books, and I'll either read to them or listen to them try to read. After that, we go and we sit on the rug for our morning meeting. And generally, I will sit with the kiddos who just need a little bit more help with focusing. They can be little wiggle worms. And in the course of the day, the teacher and I have a arrangement that if a child is getting kind of restless, and obviously they're not going to learn if they're restless, I just take the child and say, would you like a little wiggle walk? And a wiggle walk means we just walk around the inside of the building and chat and settle down and then come back in, and the little guy or little gal is ready to learn. After morning meeting, we go right into reading. And the 5-year-olds, they either read from their iPad or from books. And I will either navigate them through their reading app or help with reading with it one-on-one with the child or with a small group. From after reading, we transition into writing. And little 5-year-olds, you think of how are they going to write? Very often they'll say, I don't know what to write about. So the idea is to spark their imagination. Talk to them, ask them about things that they like to do, have them draw a picture, maybe label parts of the picture, and before long, they're writing. It may not be understandable to a lot of people because they spell what they hear. But the teacher and I somehow can understand and read what they write. After writing, they often have a little break outside. We get to play with them out there. We come back in, they have lunch, they have recess, and then we also have math in the afternoon. And again, it's not rocket science for 5-year-olds. But we sit on the rug and we often have math games just to reinforce whatever concept is being taught. Then they have some seat work. So my job at that time is to circulate and help the little guys. Some of them, even while they're sitting at the rug, before they even hear the lesson, would say, Grammy friend, will you help me? Say, well, let's listen first and see. You might not need my help. And again, at 5 years of age, they very often will write their numbers backwards. So, just a little now, oh, I know, and they turn it around, or I'll show them where they can find that number. We then have, they have their specials, which is art and gym and library and music. And before they go home, then they have a choice time. And the teacher gives them choices for maybe puzzles or games or writing, making cards, drawing. And I generally do a craft project with them at that time. I'll take a group of 4 or 5, depending on what the project is, and they all want to do it at the same time. So I have to go down the list and make sure everybody gets included and gets a chance to do the craft project. So basically, that's my day, just being that extra eyes and ears and hands in the classroom, and hopefully helping not only the students, but also the teacher.
Well, that's fantastic. It's amazing and how much support you're providing to that classroom all day long, and that's what Fran does. But there's many different opportunities. You could be there just for 2 hours or 3 hours or just an hour. So there's lots of different types of opportunities. And Fran, I know how valuable your support is and how appreciative the teachers are. So thank you. So as the chair of our advisory council, you know a lot about our other program, the Senior Companion Program. So could you tell us a little bit about what the Senior Companions are doing in their friendly home visiting?
Yes, the Senior Companions volunteer with other older adults, and they spend up to 4 hours a week with each adult one-on-one. And that time could be spent maybe reading with them, playing games, doing puzzles, perhaps taking a walk. They may take their client grocery shopping, to the pharmacy, go out for lunch, go out for coffee. If the client happens to have a garden, they could do some gardening with them. I know some senior companions who have actually cooked and baked with their clients. And the object is to do things with the client rather than for the client, and to help empower the client to be as independent as possible in wherever it is that they are living. The senior companions might be the only person, perhaps outside of family, or maybe even the only person that the client sees all week long. And it's a great way of connecting with another adult. And the following quotes will tell you what an impact the visiting has on these clients. So I'm going to read what a few of our clients have said. When my senior companion visits me, it makes my day. She is a lot of fun, and we talk a lot and we play games. She is a kind and sweet lady. She takes the loneliness away, and I'm back to doing things again. She always makes me laugh, and I know if I needed to go somewhere that she would take me. Another quote: I am by myself, and my family is less worried for me because I have a senior companion visiting. And one more: she's like the sister that I never had. She gives me encouragement on many things. And another thing that the senior companions do too is they give respite for family caregivers. That's another important part of what they do. So senior companions, their impact is immeasurable.
Thank you so much. You're so right. Senior companions certainly are playing an important role for so many, over 100 adults in Southern Maine. And now during COVID-19, they're making daily wellness calls, checking in with every one of their clients, being a friendly voice during a very difficult time. We thank all the senior companions. So Fran, as we all know, our volunteers are making a difference for so many. But we also know that there's a difference made for the volunteer. Could you talk a little bit about that?
Yes, I know that I have a purpose in life. I thoroughly enjoy going to school every day. I'm connected with my teacher, with the school community, with the students, with the parents. And some of the students that I first volunteered with are now graduated from college. And if I see them in the neighborhood, I'm still Grammy Fran to them. You know, handsome young men looking down on me, physically looking down on me and saying, hi, Grammy Fran. There's also a physical benefit. My doctor tells me that I present as somebody 10 years younger than I am. Not by my looks, but by my physical ability and my physical well-being. So that's an important aspect too. And I also do believe that especially with the children, for me, feeling valued is so important. Right now, well, since the middle of March, we have been unable to go to school. The children are learning distantly by virtual platforms. And each week we have a lunch bunch by Zoom. And I get to see the children there and to hear their little voices. And my teacher has also been sending me thank you videos from the kiddos with cards or their little words. And they're saying, Grammy friend, thank you for helping me with reading. Thank you for helping me with math. And even, thank you for cleaning my glasses. Or one little one said, thank you for the day when I came in and I was very sad and you made me smile. So those kind of things really warm my heart and make my volunteering such an important part of my life.
Well, that's really terrific, Fran. Thank you so much for taking the time with us today. Before we go, is there anything else you'd like to add?
Yes, I think of my volunteering as living my legacy every day. And that was brought home to me very forcefully by a 5-year-old as we were walking out from school at the end of the day. And she's holding my hand and she said, when I grow up, I want to be a Grammy Fran. I said, well, that's nice. How come? She said, well, you're old and you might get sick and you might even die. And then I can be Grammy Fran and I can help all the children. She certainly got it. And hopefully, whatever impact I have on her and on all the other kiddos that I've been honored to help with over the years, that impact will be passed on in their lives too. Definitely living your legacy.
That's wonderful. And we all are so happy to have Grammy Fran. We have over 100 Grammy Frans in Southern Maine, and Grandpa Frans. So thank you very much, Fran. You have a great rest of your day, and thanks for joining us.
And thank you so much for having me.
And thank you, all of you, for participating today and for your support of our programs. And did you know that there are many different ways that you can support us, and every dollar makes a major difference? You can click the Donate Now button on the screen and give securely through our webpage, or you could text Opportunity to 50155 and receive a prompt to donate, or you can call us at 207 523 5056, and a volunteer will help you with the donation over the phone. So all donations directly support the most vulnerable in our community through the 46 programs we operate throughout Cumberland County and, as we told you, beyond. So thank you very much. And today, be sure to follow along with us on our Facebook page and our YouTube channel, where we'll be sharing lots of content about the important work we do. You can also visit our website page. It's the event page at opportunityalliance.org/raise. Thank you so much. Join us at noon for an exciting announcement about our 2020 Corporate Partner of the Year. And we'll also have a live Q&A with 211, Maine's statewide information line. Thanks again for joining us. Have a great day.
Hi everyone, I hope you've been enjoying Raise so far, and if you're just tuning in, welcome. My name is Joe Everett and I am the President and CEO of the Opportunity Alliance. Thank you for joining us for Raise, our one-day virtual fundraiser to support our 45 programs across communities that meet the growing needs of Mainers. Funds raised today will support the Opportunity Alliance's efforts to care for the most vulnerable in our community. Each year, our agency likes to recognize individuals and organizations that go above and beyond to support the work that we do. I would like to take this opportunity to recognize and congratulate this year's Corporate Partner of the Year, WEX. WEX has been an amazing partner over the years, supporting the Opportunity Alliance with dedicated volunteers, critical funds, and leadership on our board of directors. Join me now in hearing from Bernie Kavanaugh, a valued TOA board member and Senior Vice President at WEX.
Thank you, Joe, and thank you to all of the employees of the Opportunity Alliance for this tremendous recognition. My name is Bernie Kavanaugh, and I work for WEX. And when I found out that WEX was going to be recognized with the Corporate Partner of the Year award, it was sort of a humbling experience. I've been with the organization for 24 years, lived here in Maine for the past 12, and I started to reflect upon some of the similarities of the companies. A little bit about WEX. We are a fintech company specializing in simplifying payments in the fleet, corporate payments, and healthcare space. We got our start back in 1895, actually, as a family-run business. The A.R. Wright Company as a home heating oil delivery company. Back in 1983, we started Wright Express, and back in 2012, we changed our name to WEX, so many of you from the area may know us as Wright Express. One of the things that has been consistent through our organization, and I see a lot of similarities clearly with the Opportunity Alliance, is the pillar, which is community. We have a strong sense of community and a strong sense of pride in the communities that we reside in. I don't think I really experienced that quite as strongly as I did when I moved to Maine and understood what it meant to be part of the community. And from our roots back in 1983 to now having grown to a global organization with over 3,500 employees, I think community still means different things to different people, but it is still a consistent message. And I think that's what led me to the Opportunity Alliance and a lot of the great work that the organization does. I had the pleasure of starting to serve on one of the committees, the development committee, that worked with a lot of fundraising events and different ideas to help strengthen some of the programs that the company runs. And I think back to the beginning of that, and a lot of it started from folks within my company. Started to look around at some volunteer opportunities, and everybody that I spoke to within WEX, when they talked about the Opportunity Alliance, they just had this certain glow about them and this sense of excitement, whether it be helping to host and run neighborhood dinners, or working at fundraising events, or trying to raise money to help out some of the programs. They all had this sense of excitement and the feeling that they're just doing some great things with the communities that we're all involved in. And it just drew me to them. And again, I think about the similarities between our company and Opportunity Alliance, and they're just striking. And over the time, I've been honored to not only work with some of the committees, but now I'm a board member. And so now I'm involved in a lot of the strategy and helping to craft sort of the future of the Opportunity Alliance, taking some of the things that I've learned working with WEX, and again, dealing with the sense of community and the pride that you have in the community. But taking that to the Opportunity Alliance just brings such a rewarding experience and feeling. When I think of all the different organizations that are in our areas, I can't think of one that does more for the local communities than the Opportunity Alliance. I've spoken to tens of hundreds of people within my company now, and everyone always asks, hey, so what does the Opportunity Alliance do, and what are they involved in, and how do they make an impact, and how can I help? And it's that same level of excitement when we talk about the things that are happening in our space. When you meet any of the folks within the company, you get that same sense of pride, that same sense of just belonging, and they just do so many great things. So on behalf of everyone at WEX and myself, I want to thank again the Opportunity Alliance and all of its members for recognizing WEX with this great award. Thank you so much.
It is now my pleasure to invite all of you to our next segment, which is Ask 211. Derek Morin, our 211 Maine Program Manager, will provide an overview of the statewide information referral line and answer your questions live. Hello, Derek.
Hey everyone, good afternoon. And I'm thrilled to be here today. I appreciate being a part of the RAISE event and looking very much forward to discussing my program with everybody who's watching and for the community at large. Again, my name is Derek Moore and I'm the Contact Center Manager here at the Opportunity Alliance. And the program I'm here to talk about today is our statewide information and referral helpline. It's called 211 Maine. 211 Maine is a free, confidential resource that helps connect people to resources that help them stay safe, healthy, and independent. So we're available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. And I'm thrilled to be here today at the RAISE event to share more details about the valuable resources 211 provides to the residents of Maine. Later in the segment, we'll open up to some questions and hopefully some helpful answers about the service that we provide here during our Q&A portion in about 10 minutes. But first, I'd like to talk about our program overview and access and some of our common calls and the data that we collect here to give you an idea of how the service works. So as I mentioned before, 211 Maine is a 24-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week information and referral support line for Mainers across the entire state. So here at 211, we maintain a statewide database of over 10,000 individual resources and services across the state. So when you call 211, you're going to be connected with a live call specialist who is there to help work through the need and answer your questions and provide a compassionate support for you in your time of need, or if you need direction or information of any kind whatsoever across the entire state. Another thing that we do here at 211, in addition to information and referral for health and human services, and we'll get into the details about what kind of health and human services we provide, but in addition to that, most recently, 211 has partnered with the state of Maine and the CDC to serve as the public information helpline for the state during COVID-19. So as you can imagine, over the past 3 months, our call volume has gone up just a little bit. And by a little bit, I mean a lot. And in addition to the 4,000 plus contacts that we receive on a monthly basis from Mainers looking for help, we've received an additional 35,000 plus COVID-related requests for help, information, guidance, and clarification on the many rules and orders that are out there across the state. And your donations during this event directly support that effort and are very much greatly appreciated. Last year, just to give you a little bit of the common types of calls that we receive, most of the highest categories we received were for heat assistance, electricity payment assistance, rent payment assistance, food pantries, and community shelters for the homeless and those who are experiencing housing insecurity. Our 211 services is an initiative of the United Ways of Maine in collaboration with the state of Maine and here at the Opportunity Alliance that manages and administers the program. So there's a lot of people that are working really closely and really hard to make sure that this service is delivered to the residents of Maine in an efficient manner and one that can be understood and easily accessed. One other way you can learn a little bit more about our program, if you'd like, is to go to 211main.org, and you can click the About Us tab or the About tab. And while you're there on the site, you can feel free to browse and click Search Our Directory button and browse the many resources that we provide. And some of the bigger categories are listed on the website to give you an idea of some of the common requests that we receive out there. And before we go into the Q&A portion of the segment here, I do want to take a moment to recognize our wonderful call specialists and resource team that do such great work for the program and for the compassion that they show every single day that we show up to work. 211 has been here in the state of Maine since 2006 and has been here at the Opportunity Alliance the entire time. We have live call specialists and resource coordinators that live right here in the state with you and know the different things that Mainers are going through to be able to give you really detailed information and intimate knowledge about the surroundings that we live in here in Maine. But since we are known as the place to go when you don't exactly know where else to go, I just want to acknowledge and applaud the focused effort of our staff here at the Opportunity Alliance and 211 Main and all the people that support the program. Without you, without the support we receive from you, the donors, and from the hard work here in the contact center, none of this would be possible. The service wouldn't be possible. But these are the folks that I want to recognize that'll be answering your questions when you contact 211. To get more, to give you a little bit more information about how to contact 211 and the ease of accessibility to our program, there I'll go through a couple of the ways you can contact us. The easiest way is to just pick up your touch-tone phone, cell phone, or home phone and dial 211. 211 is a live helpline. It's not an automated system or a robot or a computer that you'll be talking to. You'll be talking to a live call specialist. So dialing 211 from a touch-tone phone is one way to do it. You can also text your zip code in Maine, any Maine zip code, to 898-211. And we can communicate with you via text as well if that's more comfortable for you. We also receive hundreds of emails a month. You can email us your questions at info@211main.org if you like. And since we live in Maine, some of us also have rotary phones still, so you can reach us if you have a rotary phone. You could also reach us at 866-811-5695. As you can see behind me here, we also have language interpreting services because 211 Main is for everyone. And if English is not your primary language, please feel free to call us and we'll connect you with an interpreter and we'll work through the call with a third party that can help us interpret and understand your need. At this moment, I'd like to move to the live question and answer part of our segment here, where you can feel free to put your question in the chat below. You can also go to slido.com. I think you'll see that on your screen here, and enter number 207, or scan the QR code to enter the chat and be able to propose your questions if you like. So as we invite the viewers to ask any questions that we have here, submit a question, please feel free to do that. I'll do my best to answer the questions as best I can. And it's important to note that due to our 10-minute time frame, I might not be able to address all the questions that come through, but I will be sure to make the call specialists and our support here at the Opportunity Alliance and 211 available to answer any questions that do come in after the segment's finished. But again, you can always reach out to us on your own, but we'll do our best to get through some of these. One of the questions that came through here is a very common question that we're getting, especially this time of year, and that's what are the quarantine laws for out-of-state travelers? And that's a great question. We receive hundreds and hundreds of calls about this because we have over 10 million people visiting the state of Maine this summer, So a lot of people are very, very curious, and also Mainers are very curious about what to expect for tourism season. So the easy answer to that, what are the quarantine laws, is that it is mandated that all out-of-state travelers coming into Maine at this time, as well as Maine residents who are returning to Maine, if you've left and you're coming back, you've gone to a different state or out of the country and you're coming back, is that you complete a full 14-day quarantine upon your arrival. What a 14-day quarantine means is that you'll need to arrive with enough food for 14 days or arrange to have food delivered to you while you're in quarantine. You cannot go out to the grocery store or out into public. You must stay home and avoid contact with others. And although that's a really simplified, boiled down answer, the best part about our service is that when you call and you speak with a live call specialist, they'll be able to work through some of the more unique or individualized questions that you might have about how that order pertains to you, and can I do this and can I do that? But that's the very, very simplified and basic answer to the question. So the next question that came in is, if I need help for a loved one or myself with substance use disorder, can 211 help me with that? The answer is yes, we definitely can. And we're happy to do so. And we're motivated to be able to provide adequate and useful resources to everybody that calls. Again, I'll go back to the live call specialist, and a lot of these things do need a conversation instead of a straightforward yes or no answer. There's no easy button, and everybody knows that with the different needs and that we all are presented with in a day-to-day life. So having a live call specialist to sit with for a few minutes and talk about the situation and get a really, really focused resource is the best part about our service. So the short answer is yes. If you have, if you would like substance use disorder resources, please contact please contact 211. We also maintain an opioid health hotline. So an opioid health hotline, we've established that with our partnerships with the state of Maine. And the best way to illustrate some of the work that we do here, I think, is to share a testimonial. We had a call from an L who had been feeling really hopeless and helpless, and she lost her therapist. Her medication didn't seem to be working, and she didn't feel like she was getting the help she needed from her healthcare providers. She was in a desperate situation, and she reached out to 211 and talked to a kind, gentle woman who listened and gave her 2 resources to call. And within a week, she had contacted and started receiving services from a new provider and found the resources she was looking for. And in her words, after months of searching, my call to 211 gave me information that I had been previously unable to find on my own. So thank you so much for the wonderful woman who had brought me hope and brought my life back to me. And I feel like that's really powerful, and we do get a lot of thanks from the people that we talk to, and it makes our job that much better when we know that we've been able to make a difference in somebody's life. And your donations today directly support this effort. Let's see here. The next question I'm coming across here is, I lost my income due to COVID-19 and I don't know what to do. Where do I start to get some help? And again, the short answer would be to call 211 or reach out to us via text. And income support is one of those very common and very high needs across the state, especially during the pandemic that we're faced with. But our staff will be able to guide you towards some of the more permanent income support resources that we have across the state and for available and qualified individuals, as well as some of the more temporary resources that have come on board since the pandemic has hit. So there's a lot of different directions to go, and we'll cater it towards your individual need when you call us. The next question I'm seeing here is, I know I'm going to need heating assistance this winter, and can you help me with this and other utilities as well? And the answer is absolutely yes. Utility assistance is the number one a need across the state, and the number one need that we address when we're on the phones and on the text line and in email. During the winter, 211 supports an initiative of the United Ways of Maine. It's called Keep Me Warm, and the services can be accessed by contacting 211 if you're running low or empty on home heating fuel during the winter. This season, we helped over 160 homes and 500 individual family members across the state who found themselves without heat at some point during the cold months this winter. In addition to that, we also helped over 90 households and 300 individuals with 100 gallons of home heating oil here, right here in Cumberland County as well. In addition to Keep Me Warm, there are a number of other resources that we can guide you towards and give you the information, the contact information for, in order to get the support you need, especially if it's for utilities or anything whatsoever. I believe we reached our 10-minute mark for the Q&A section, and I'm more than happy to continue receiving the questions and reaching back out to the viewers with answers. And again, just to remind everybody that you can access us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and 365 days a year at a multiple of access points. One would be dialing 211 from a touch-tone phone. You can also text your zip code to 898-211. You can email us at info@211maine.org. Rotary phone users can dial 866-811-5695. And again, we have language interpreting services if English is not your primary language, so please feel free to reach out. We so appreciate your participation today and want to thank you so much for your support. There are many different ways that you can support us today, and every dollar makes a huge difference, so thank you. You can click Donate Now, the Donate Now button on your screen, to give securely via our website. You could also text the word opportunity to 50155 and receive a prompt to donate via your mobile device. You can also call us here, and a volunteer will help you with your monetary donation over a secure phone line. Your donations will directly support the most vulnerable populations and individuals in our community through the 46 plus programs that we operate throughout Cumberland County and beyond. So thank you so much for being a part of the event today. Be sure to follow along with us on Facebook and on YouTube, our YouTube channel today, where we'll be sharing lots of content about the important work that we do as well. You can also visit our webpage event at opportunityalliance.org/raise for event details and updates. Up next, at 1 p.m., there will be an overview of our many mental health and substance use programs here at the Opportunity Alliance at work throughout Cumberland County. And this will include details about one of our new opioid health homes. And again, thank you for listening today. Thank you for your donations. And thank you for listening. It's been a pleasure. And I hope everybody has a blessed day.
Hello once again. My name is Joe Everett and I am the President and CEO of the Opportunity Alliance. Thank you for joining us for RAISE, our one-day virtual fundraiser to support the Opportunity Alliance's efforts to care for fellow Mainers. The effects of COVID-19 are being felt across our community, impacting the health, safety, and economic stability of our neighbors. Please know that the Opportunity Alliance is ready to rise to meet the challenge of the COVID-19 pandemic. Our crisis team, residential staff, educators, family services providers, and more are stepping up to make sure that programs and services continue to reach vulnerable individuals and families. But our work is only possible because of your support. I hope you are finding our live stream content and the stories and data we are sharing on our social media as inspiring as I do. Our outstanding team here at TOA works so hard, and on behalf of them, I sincerely thank you for your donations and support. Next up, we will be telling you more about our mental health and wellness programs, including our new opioid health home. Please join me in welcoming Karen Turgeon, Vice President of Programs, and Program Director Rachel Matthew. Good afternoon, Karen and Rachel.
Welcome back, everyone, and thank you for joining us today. My name is Karen Turgeon, and I'm a Vice President of Programs here at the Opportunity Alliance. I'm happy to be here today to provide all of you with information about our mental health, substance use, and crisis response programs, and the important work we do in Cumberland County and beyond. The Opportunity Alliance provides a myriad of mental health, substance use, and crisis response services across the lifespan that support clients with the challenge of homelessness, securing basic needs, supporting children and families, securing and maintaining employment, and managing addiction and mental health symptoms. The individuals we serve have serious mental illness that is often complicated by chronic health conditions and substance use disorders. TOA provides opportunities for individuals to stabilize fragile situations and then works with them to achieve self-sufficiency. Peers are integrated throughout TOA's programming and are held in the highest regard as they provide a unique lens blending personal and professional expertise. Our community services programs support clients by providing assistance to meet basic needs. Our grant-funded homeless prevention program provides assistance to residents in danger of becoming homeless or who are homeless and need financial support to secure housing. Staff determine eligibility and work with clients to identify what their primary need is. This service allows them to secure housing and ensure some of the most vulnerable people we serve have a place to lay their head at night. Some of these clients have no other place to turn and would end up in a homeless shelter or possibly on the streets if we weren't able to provide this help. Alongside this most important service is our work-life advisor, who work with clients on securing employment. Often clients are homeless or have little experience and benefit from the support of our staff to maneuver through the job search process. On occasion, staff have access to discretionary funds to provide additional items someone may benefit from when other resources are not available. Sometimes these items can make the world of difference. Maybe it's a new outfit, a bus pass, or minutes on their phone to allow them to receive a phone call when job searching. All items so many of us take for granted. When we think of our most vulnerable clients, who are faced with multiple mental illness, sometimes a substance use disorder, we are grateful to be able to provide crisis services. TOA holds the contract for the statewide main crisis line. Call specialists receive between 250 to 300 calls per day. With COVID-19, we have seen a change in these calls. Some are longer, often more intense, with expressed anxiety and depressive symptoms and increased suicidal ideation. With school being remote learning and coming to a close for the academic year, we have begun hearing more from youth with suicidal ideation and from parents regarding behavior difficulties with their children. Call specialists take the time to listen to the person and work with them to triage their needs, regain a sense of control, and identify immediate coping strategies. In cases where stabilization is not possible, our crisis call specialists provide access to the most appropriate next level of care, which often includes a local mobile crisis team for further assessment. The crisis line can be reached 24 hours, 7 days a week by phone or by text at 1-888-568-1112. TOA also has a broad array of case management and care coordination services. Given the symbiotic relationship between mental and physical health, we know the most effective prevention and intervention strategies are collaborative, evidence-based, trauma-informed, and recovery-oriented. Trauma-informed care emphasizes physical, psychological, and emotional safety for both clients and providers and helps survivors rebuild a sense of control and empowerment. We place a particularly high value on services that empower families and individuals to connect with natural and community supports, and therefore have developed working partnerships. TOA provides both an adult and a child behavioral health home service. The adult BHH delivers integrated care to 450 people in Cumberland County who struggle with mental health, while our children's BHH delivers integrated care to approximately 250 families in York, Cumberland, and Androscoggin counties. At TOA, the client and care coordinator work together with the client's medical and mental health providers, supported in the process by our BHH teams. Care coordinators support clients through advocacy, connection to community, resources, and coordination of mental health and physical health appointments. Peer health navigators and family support partners identify as having their own lived experience with a mental health struggle and employ that experience as they work with clients one-on-one to identify opportunities to enhance their chances for recovery. Our other youth case management services include homeless youth and high fidelity wraparound. Homeless youth case managers work to house youth to maintain their safety while partnering with them on meeting additional needs the youth and/or their family identifies, while WRAP case managers, along with the service delivery team, works with youth involved with the Department of Corrections to maintain safety and ensure the behavioral health needs are met. Our final two adult case management programs include PATH and the Women's Project. Our PATH program provides outreach to unsheltered individuals sleeping outside in a vehicle or any place not meant for human habitation, struggling with mental health or substance use, and currently unconnected to resources. The PATH program team provides short-term, intensive outreach engagement and case management services to connect them to resources for food, housing, Social Security, medical care, substance use treatment, and longer-term mental health services. The Women's Project supports women who have a substance use diagnosis and have children under the age of 18. The service offers the added support of parenting education should the client choose to participate in classes. Clients in both programs typically have a serious mental illness and benefit from a collaborative, client-centered approach to meet their identified needs. We provide a centralized point of access for all of our clinical programs through our Access and Intake Department. Referrals for services can be made by calling 523-5049 or emailing intake@opportunityalliance.org. I thank you for taking the time to learn about our mental health and substance use services. Now we're going to hear from Rachel Matthew about our new opiate health home.
Thank you, Karen. I'm Rachel Matthew, the Program Director for the Opiate Health Home. Last September, in response to the opiate crisis in Maine, the Opportunity Alliance launched the Opiate Health Home, or OHH, a community-based program which provides nursing care, medication, substance use counseling, case management, and peer support to those affected by opiate use disorder. The Opiate Health Home supports service delivery to individuals living with opiate use disorder by offering office-based medication-assisted treatment, or MAT. Medication, which is Suboxone, is supplemented with individual tailored support from a team that strives to adhere to harm reduction and trauma-informed principles. While Portland has seen a rise in the use of other substances, such as methamphetamine, the need for opiate use disorder treatment services remains urgent. At the beginning of this year, the Portland Press-Herald and Maine Public Radio stated that 369 individuals died from a drug overdose in 2019, a 4% increase from the previous year. 82% of those deaths involved opioids. Within the first couple weeks of 2020, there were 5 fatal overdoses in Portland alone. We can assume that these numbers have increased with the ongoing pandemic, as people have less access to resources. The issue in Maine, which in 2018 had the highest number of overdose deaths in all of New England, is complex. Our population is at the crux of the housing crisis in Maine and the opioid epidemic, and clinics like ours continue to see long wait lists and few options for care. Individual client-centered care is the foundation of TOA's OHH, understanding that people with opiate use disorder are in all varied stages of the recovery process. Individuals are best supported by a team that believes in client agency and respects their unique recovery journey. Accumulating evidence is moving us away from moral, criminal, and discriminatory ways of looking at substance use treatment. This OHH program aligns with TOA's missions and values to provide respect, diversity, integrity, collaboration, empathy, empowerment, and advocacy to clients and families that are seeking support. Approaches like the OHH model acknowledge a spectrum of substance use disorder as a biopsychosocial process that must fluctuate to meet each client's need. TOA's OHH supports a unique community. The Bayside neighborhood in Portland has some of the highest drug use as well as homelessness. We have worked diligently and thoughtfully to open an OHH in Bayside constructed on a foundation of values of harm reduction. This means truly meeting the community where it is at by offering services that reflects the complex needs of this population. In the first couple of months since this OHH had opened, we have been honored to work with many who live directly in this neighborhood. In the beginning of the year, 33 out of our 47 enrolled clients were experiencing homelessness. This is a population that struggles to engage in higher barrier services and can easily slip through the cracks of the mental health and substance use treatment systems, which can delay or halt their ability to engage in and maintain recovery. MAT saves and improves lives, yet our culture can disparage and marginalize the potential benefits of assistance from medication. TOA's OHH offers medicated assisted recovery without shame, taking key steps to reduce stigma whenever possible. This population is routinely discriminated by the community they live in and a healthcare system meant to support them. Many of our clients have interfaced with the criminal justice system because of their use, therefore have limited housing and employment opportunities due to prohibitive background checks. We recognize these systems of oppression and are striving to create a different, unique space for healing, not built on punitive, shame-based values. We understand that recovery is a challenging and complicated process, which is why we strive to create a structure that reflects that value. We recognize drug use as a public health epidemic that impacts entire communities, and we utilize a framework of equity and evidence-based practices to create client-centered work. Evidence for harm reduction as both a primary approach and a supplemental tool for addressing drug use and other risky behavior is recommended from several national organizations. TOA's OHH wants to do more than simply acknowledge the complexities, traumas, and multiple societal oppressions our clients face. We aim to practice harm reduction and promote healing and positive change for this unique population that deserves a thoughtful, innovative, and holistic response. We appreciate your participation today and want to thank you for all your support of the work we do. Did you know that there are many different ways you can support us today? Every dollar makes a difference. You can click the Donate Now button on the screen and give securely via our website. You can text Opportunity to 50155 and receive a prompt to donate via your mobile device. You can call us at 207-523-5056 and a volunteer will help you with a monetary donation over a secure phone line. Your donations will directly support the most valuable in our community and vulnerable through the 46 plus programs we operate throughout Cumberland County and beyond. Thank you. Be sure to follow along with us on our Facebook page and YouTube channel today, where we will be sharing lots of content about the important work we do. You can also visit our website event page at opportunityalliance.org/raise for event updates. Next up, join us at 3 p.m. to meet Deborah Flynn and learn more about our early childhood education programs. Thank you.
Hello all, welcome back. My name is Joe Everett and I am the President and CEO of the Opportunity Alliance. Thank you once again for joining us for RAISE, our one-day virtual fundraiser to help us build better lives and stronger communities. You can donate by clicking the Donate Now button on the screen or by texting Opportunity to 50155 and receive a prompt to donate via your mobile device. We are thrilled with the outpouring of support and encourage you to visit our website and Facebook page to get updates and total dollars raised, plus lots of additional content about programs, community partners, volunteers, and more. And we'd love to hear from you. Use the hashtag RaiseTOA, that's RaiseTOA, to share what you love about TOA and what you're learning today. Once again, I would like to thank our Catalyst sponsor, TD Bank, for their continued support of our agency and the community. Next up, you'll hear from Deborah Flynn, the director of our Head Start program, as well as some of our early childhood educators. Welcome, Deborah.
Thanks, Joe. I'm Deborah Flynn. I'm the director of the Head Start and Early Head Start programs here with the Opportunity Alliance. I hope folks have been enjoying the live streaming segments and learning a little bit more about the wonderful work that's happening across our communities. I'm here today to talk a little bit about our early childhood programs. And like Joe said, in a few minutes, I'll be joined by some folks from the field who can share a little bit more about the work we do with children and families. So as many of you know, Head Start has a long history. Head Start was actually started as a 8-week summer program. And Head Start was really designed to help fight the cycle of poverty by providing low-income preschool age children with a comprehensive program that not just met their learning needs, but met their social emotional needs, their nutritional needs, and their physical needs. And I think it's really important to note that this is one of the things that really sets Head Start apart is its focus on the whole child. So from its beginning, Head Start is really an equity program trying to ensure that every child in this country, regardless of socioeconomic status or race, has the same access to success in school and in life. And I think it's important to say that with the killing of George Floyd and the crisis facing our nation right now, that this mission around equity is just as important and maybe even more so currently. So Early Head Start came on board in 1995 with the recognition that learning happens well before children are 3. Recent brain research, we know that children's brains are actually up to 80% developed by the time they're 3 and up to 90% developed by the time they're 5. And we also know that it's our early learning experiences and environments that actually grow and shape the structure of our brains. So today at the TOA, we offer both Head Start and Early Head Start programs. And our goal in all of our work is to support children and families in being ready for school. In all of our programs, we use a whole family approach in which we intentionally and simultaneously work with children and the adults in their lives at the same time. And this approach really recognizes that parents are their children's first and most important teachers, and that really parents know their children best and really know what their children needs. So we deliver these services, both these programs, in a few different ways. We run some typical Head Start classrooms, and these are for preschool age children. All of our children are eligible based on income for all of our programs. So our Head Start programs offer a part day, part year preschool experience for children ages 3 to 5. We also offer a childcare program that provides all the same services of Head Start and just wraps childcare around them so that families can return to work or participate in educational experiences. This program is for children ages 6 weeks to 5 years, and it runs 5 days a week and it runs all year long. Thirdly, we provide programming in our home visiting model. And in this model, we have folks who go into the home and work in partnership with families with their children who are 3 years and younger, and even before that when families are expecting. Finally, we have one combination model that combines together family visiting with a center-based experience for toddlers. So I'm really excited that we have some folks from all of these different programs who are here to talk with us and share a little bit about their roles and how their specific work in that role supports children and families to be ready for school. So Colin, if you could introduce yourself and share a little bit about your role.
My name is Colin McCrillis. I am a lead teacher at Gorham Head Start out on the USM campus in Gorham. We have a classroom with 18 children that are 2, 3, and 4, 5. We got them all. We got 3 through 5. Love what I do. It's very rewarding. And so I think really what we focus on is social emotional development, cooperative play experiences, and structured group learning. We help to build those foundational self-advocacy and problem-solving skills that are vital when you are operating within a larger group. All these skills and learning forms help the children to be able to navigate the classroom and sometimes complex relationships and expectations. The work we do also supports school readiness by providing a vocabulary-enriched classroom and learning environment through lots of story readings. We have songs and poems. We really build on language and concept development and acquisition. We do a lot of work with number and letter recognition, cause and effect, scientific inquiry skills, as well as learning about people and how they live, social studies. When you move into elementary school, there are many rules and expectations that you need to adhere to. And giving these children a head start in their learning, they are learning about the sequential order of the day. First we do this, then we do that, not to mention everyone's favorite thing, transitions. Through these experiences in Head Start, the children learn to become flexible and patient with their thinking and their behavior. And that's just like a little bit of what we do every day.
Great. Thank you, Colin. Caitlin, would you like to share a little bit about your role, maybe how it's different and how your work also supports school readiness?
Thank you, Deborah. My name is Caitlin Braley. I am the Family Resiliency Advocate at the Opportunity Alliance Riverton Park Head Start in Portland. We serve 18 children in our class, ages 3 to 5, and their families, some of whom are from Iraq, Syria, Somalia, Sudan, and Angola. My role as a family resiliency advocate is to partner with parents to complete various strengths and needs assessments upon their child's enrollment and assist in creating attainable goals for parents and caregivers to work towards. We also support families in making sure their child is up to date on preventive pediatric health care, including well child exams and dental exams. In Head Start, as Deborah mentioned, we believe in a whole family approach. So just as our Head Start teachers are working in the classroom to offer children the tools they need to be ready for kindergarten, my role as a family resiliency advocate is to coach parents on school readiness and provide families the skills they need to continue to be their child's #1 teacher. The transition from a Head Start classroom to kindergarten is huge, and we definitely want to make sure that parents as well as children are prepared. It is often in our Head Start program that a child is first identified as needing special education services, and this can be really difficult and daunting to parents and caregivers as there are so many unknowns. We work with families in a step-by-step process to ensure smooth and supportive time during this process. We often will start with open dialogues with families, listening to what they're seeing at home, reviewing our developmental and social emotional screening tools, and supporting the referral process. Because this is usually a new process for families, especially families from different countries and different cultural backgrounds, it's so important that we take the time that families need to process this information. Once a referral is made, there are many meetings to discuss a child's needs and progress, and our goal is for parents to have gained the confidence to promote their child's well-being. So while all of this is very big and can be heavy for parents and caregivers, it also provides a beautiful opportunity to increase parents' skill sets so that when they step through their child's elementary school, they're ready to advocate for their child. So thank you for your support of Head Start and the Opportunity Alliance.
Thanks, Caitlin. It's really helpful. I think we use the word school readiness, whole child, whole family, and it's one thing to say it, and it's really helpful to hear you articulate what it looks like and what it means, how it so directly impacts children's and families' readiness for school. So lastly, we have Teresa, and I think her role is a little less familiar with folks. She works in our Early Head Start family visiting program. So maybe Teresa, you could share just a little bit about your program and then talk about your role.
Okay, hi everyone. I first wanted to share with you that I've actually worked for the Opportunity Alliance for 20 years now. And I felt that that was important to share because it's a testament to both the agency and the Early Head Start program for which I work. And it speaks to the integrity of both the agency and the program's mission and values. So the Early Head Start program, like the Head Start program, is all about supporting families with children. It's all about empowerment and encouragement. It's a program, Early Head Start is a program designed to support expectant families, pregnant women, and families with children under the age of 3. There's, as Deborah had mentioned, there's a lot of research and findings that tell us how important it is during these years. And there's even more research now about birth to 3 years being so crucial in how important it is to build a strong foundation to support the children for their future learning, school readiness, and ultimately success in life, and in turn to benefit the communities that we live in. Let's see. Some of you may know that parenting can be challenging and how reassuring it is to have support and guidance and especially encouragement to do the job. Unlike other important jobs or professions, there's no formal training, no guidebook, no degree. And for many low-income families who experience many additional challenges and barriers and who are without support networks, raising a child can be all the more difficult. And Early Head Start is designed to provide that support to families so that all families, regardless of income, as Deborah had mentioned, can have an equal opportunity to thrive and be successful. Unlike the Head Start classroom model, Early Head Start family visitors visit families in their home. And we go in once a week for 1 to 2 hours each week. And given this opportunity of being allowed to be in their home, it provides a unique opportunity to create a trusting relationship with the families. And so that together we can create what's called a family partnership. And so together we use a curriculum that's called Parents as Teachers Curriculum. And it's a guide for how we do the work together of building a strong foundation for their children. Our focus is on helping to build, support, and encourage a strong parent-child relationship. We know it's all about relationships, right? And so we offer information on child development so that parents can know what to expect at different ages and stages of their child's development. And we offer suggestions on activities to do with their child to promote development. And our focus is also on what we call development-centered parenting. And we offer information on developmental topics ranging from the importance of health, safety, and nutrition, to offering strategies for how to discipline or help their child navigate transitions, as Colin had mentioned. We know that a child cannot learn in a storm. As my colleague Dan Marlowe, who is a play therapist on our program, would say, a child cannot learn in a storm. A child cannot learn if they are sick or stressed. And just as important, a parent cannot teach their child if they, in turn, are sick or stressed. And so that brings me to the third component of the curriculum that we use, which is supporting family well-being. And so we offer resources and referrals for the families so that they are able to meet basic needs for food, clothing, and housing. We help them to create goals and action steps to seek education, job training, employment, or to find quality childcare, which we have quality childcare. And so, and just as important, we talk about how to stay healthy and well. Finally, as Caitlin had mentioned, we have many families. I work currently with many families, immigrant families, who are seeking asylum here in the U.S. These families come seeking safety for themselves and their children. And these families highly value education for their children and improved health care that we have here in the U.S. They are highly motivated to learn about how to navigate both the education and healthcare systems so that they are better able to advocate for themselves and for their children. And I want to say that many of these families have trusted to share with me their stories of how they have experienced and endured extreme trauma and stress in their journey here to seek asylum. And I know firsthand that these children, have witnessed and experienced things no child should ever witness. And the Early Head Start program and the Head Start program has been so helpful to these families and to all families. Families tell me all the time how grateful they are for our services. So I would like to take this opportunity to stress the importance of your continued funding to support this agency and our program's mission to support these families and all families in order to help them heal and strengthen so that these families can begin to thrive and not merely just struggle to survive. So thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Teresa. I'm a little bit speechless. I think you guys have made it really clear that every child and every family deserves the opportunity to be successful, whatever that means for them. And you're a real testament to the work of really working with children in the context of their families. So I just want to thank you guys, and I want to thank folks watching for your donations. There are different ways you can donate. You can click the Donate Now button on the screen. You can text opportunity to 50155. You can also just call us at 207-523-5056, and a volunteer will help you. Next up, join us at 5 o'clock for our final live stream of the day, where we will be sharing details about our residential programming and taking a tour of Mainstay. So thank you so much.
Hello everyone. Wow, what an amazing day it has been. Thank you for tuning in. My name is Joe Everett and I am the President and CEO of the Opportunity Alliance. Thank you once again for joining us for RAISE, our one-day virtual fundraiser. Funds raised will support the Opportunity Alliance's efforts to care for the most vulnerable in our community. As you've seen today, the Opportunity Alliance provides a wide array of services and resources for more than 20,000 residents in Cumberland County, Maine, and across the state, helping to build better lives and stronger communities. So if you haven't been touched by the Opportunity Alliance, you probably know someone who has. But this is only possible thanks to your support. You can donate by clicking the Donate Now button on the screen or by texting Opportunity to 50155 and receive a prompt to donate via your mobile device. I want to take a second to congratulate our award winners who strengthen our community and make our work possible. You can see them on our Facebook page. Next up is the last live stream of the day, highlighting the great work that we do in the community. I would like to introduce you all to Kristen Riccadone and Amy Reynolds, who will be providing us with details about our residential programs.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Kristen Riccadone. I am a vice president here at the Opportunity Alliance. I am proud to say that I work for the residential programs. Those are community-based mental health services, as Joe said in his introduction. So I'll take a few minutes to share some details around all of our programs. We serve adults in Portland and South Portland. We have 6 residential facilities serving a total of licensed for about 60 clients total. Each facility has an 8 to 12 bed capacity. And we have a continuum. So we serve youngest adults, middle-aged adults, and elderly adults. Each program has its own sort of little niche and specialty. We're contracted with the state and they work closely with us. They're our partners. We're in close collaboration with them and they help match the client to the appropriate program and service based on the treatment model. So all of these programs, because they're residential services, are a 24/7 service. And most of the clients come to us from a variety of other services or home in the community. It could be an inpatient setting, a state hospital, for example, or a private hospital. Some might be referred via the state from a community provider. Some might be coming from a correctional facility, maybe perhaps through the court system. And for most of these adults, they are experiencing some level of chronic mental health problems and or substance use disorders as well. And for most of our folks, once they come to the Opportunity Alliance, it's likely that they've worked maybe perhaps throughout their lifetime, whether they're the young adult or the older adult, with a variety of different services. So we work really diligently to engage them from the moment we receive the referral, have them feel welcomed into a community, work on their individualized treatment, and then help move them on and set them up for success to a less restrictive setting. So help re-engage them back into their community, and they have a lot of voice and choice over that, and work to direct what those next steps are for them. So with that being said, why don't I just touch on the names of each program and where they are. I'd like to acknowledge all of them. The first would be our Gordon Green residence that's located in South Portland. It generally serves older adults, and a lot of the clients there may be in state custody. We work with the Department of Aging and Disability. We also have 2 programs that are duly licensed, our Morrison Place program in Portland and our Bridge program in Portland. It was recently located to to a newer facility from downtown Portland to Outer Brighton Avenue. Both are licensed to provide both substance use disorder treatment and mental health. We also have a Ray House program here in South Portland, and that serves generally older adults. We have a Mainstay program in close to downtown Portland that serves younger adults who likely are maybe engaged with or have had experiences in the children's system, and they're working to transition into adult services. And the treatment there is really tailored to the developmental level that they're at. So it is licensed to serve a younger age group with intention. And then finally, we responded to a need that the state of Maine has been experiencing, which is a wait list of adults for this residential service. And so we worked collaboratively with our state partners to develop a program in South Portland for adults age 55 and up to meet a special need in the community. And that program has now been in existence for about 1 year. They're about to have their 1-year anniversary. All of the programs are trauma informed in their work. There you would find harm reduction models, focus on recovery, community integration, clinical models that could include cognitive therapies, motivational interviewing. Programs work to have all staff on site trained in whatever model it is that they're focused on. So they're super skilled at it, and the entire team works in an integrated way. I also want to highlight that under the umbrella of residential services and also under the umbrella of our crisis system services here at Opportunity Alliance, we have a crisis stabilization unit for adults. That is an 8-bed facility here in South Portland. So they work in a more short-term way to help an individual with a mental health crisis, help them avert an inpatient setting like a hospitalization, or maybe step down from that setting before they reintegrate back to home or community. And they receive intensive services over a short period of time. You know, another common factor for a lot of the individuals receiving these services is homelessness, barriers to housing. So a great deal of work at the crisis unit and the other facilities also includes helping clients get those necessary resources and connection to have stable housing and transition into stable living upon their discharge from us. I think moving into my next segment, what I'd really like to do is honor our workforce that keeps these facilities going. Without the frontline workers, we wouldn't have the quality care. We hire direct care staff who, again, are working around the clock in a tireless way to provide quality care to clients who can be quite acute and vulnerable, who might be experiencing a lot of helplessness, and they really help instill hope and keep them motivated. We certify all of our direct care staff as mental health rehabilitation technicians through the state. So they have a lot of diverse training to receive that certification. We also have clinicians. We have clinical directors on site. We have nursing staff. So we have a really nice array of certified staff to provide the care. And, you know, I think of importance is to also note what we're all experiencing now, which is the COVID-19 pandemic. And you might be wondering, you know, what's the impact to the clients? And it was really important to us. And we have upwards of 100 staff at any point in time for those 7 facilities to work really diligently to not have any disruption to services, because more than ever, those clients in the community needs us to continue without a blip. So they've shown all the staff in the residential an amazing dedication and commitment and some level of selflessness to continue to work with the added risk of COVID being in our community, and particularly here in Cumberland County. So I feel, very strongly that we've worked really diligently around safety protocols and being sure that we are very transparent and educational with the clients so that they understand what's happening in the community with COVID, and that we also instill a sense of them getting to give to the greater community by working hard to follow all recommendations from the government and from the CDC, and really working to change what daily life looks like in the residences to keep everybody safe, both in the towns and cities in which the residences are, and then within the community in which they're receiving their treatment. So I just really want to acknowledge that without all of those workers and their ability to be flexible and selfless and constant learners and engaging in a group process, without them, we wouldn't be able to give the quality care. So it's really amazing and exciting, and I'm happy to, I think at this point, probably turn and transition over to one of our 7 clinical directors. Her name is Amy Reynolds. She's the director for our Mainstay program here in Portland, and she's here to share with you some details. Thank you for your time and hearing about our residential programs, and I will turn it over to you, Amy.
Thanks. Thank you, Kristen. I'm excited for the opportunity to share the Mainstay program with you all. My name is Amy, and I've been the director here at Mainstay for the last 2 years. Mainstay is a transitional living treatment program that serves young adults 18 to 25 who are experiencing challenges living with a mental health diagnosis and sometimes a co-occurring substance use disorder. As a community, staff and residents foster an environment of power with one another and not over through a working document we call our community agreements. We develop and maintain this document during our weekly community circles, in which we elicit and hold space for client and staff input as we support one another on a journey toward recovery and wellness. I'd like to now walk you through a day in the life at Mainstay and want to begin by taking you virtually through our program. This is kind of what you can expect when you walk through the front door. We've got lockers there for the residents to be able to store their valuable items, any money. We also ask that they lock up, cigarettes, lighters, things along that. So we provide them a space where they can ensure that their things stay safe. And through the front door there, you can kind of see we have a visitor sign-in and a place where they can move their button and kind of let us know when they're in and out of the program. We also really like to try and have as many up-to-date photos of clients in their home, because it is their home, and we're here to support them in their home and learn how to do kind of these independent skills, so that way they can take this with them when they leave. Then we'll kind of move through to this is kind of what we call information station. This is where clients can kind of see what they have going on for the day, what the schedule is, if they have any appointments. This is also where they will get their mail and where staff get their mail. And each client has a binder that correlates to their color, to their mailbox. And that's where we're really helping them learn the skill of saving on to important documents, such as their social security cards and birth certificates, and how to come up with a system to maintain those documents when they leave. Moving through now to the living room. Oftentimes clients will come in and learn the skill of picking up the piano or playing guitar in some of their downtime, or really just having time as a community to just be together. This is our dining room. We have some incredibly artistic staff and clients who work together to complete this map wall of Portland. One of the hardest skills for new residents coming in is learning public transportation. So we spend a lot of time really trying to help new residents become acquainted with the area and learn the bus system. We also have a projector in our dining room and a screen where right now with COVID, we've been able to watch, some of the live governor addresses. You'll often find us playing the Wii or even getting up to do some karaoke in there. This is our kitchen area right in through the dining room. Again, staff and residents came together to make this mainstay menu wall. So each resident has an opportunity to help support cooking dinner each night and try to prepare a meal that is perhaps a favorite of theirs, but using some better nutritious ingredients along the way. This is our community rec wall. So we try to have residents here hold positions of leadership. So we have a resident who currently works with staff to stay within a recreational budget and plan for their community, things to do out in the community. Obviously, that was a little easier before the time of COVID, but we're still getting creative. And we do have other leadership positions, such as each week we nominate a resident of the week and they become our chore checker for the week. We also have someone who takes care of our pet bunny. And a few others. It's kind of a stairway. We have a mural going all the way up to the 3rd floor. And this is our 2nd floor med room. So residents will come and be supported in ensuring that they're taking their medications as prescribed. And we've got 2 of our staff there, Brittany and Jeff, sitting in the med room. Next is our group room. It's also where our house bunny lives. We call him Bun Bun, and we do a lot of community circle work. And so this is where a lot of the treatment takes place, is in this room, and he loves to come out and be the center of attention. Again, there's Bun Bun. They've all kind of done some art photos of him as well around the space. This is Melissa in the clinical office. She also shares this with our transition coordinator. So it's kind of 2 spaces where we can do some individual work and individual treatment with clients. This is an example of a resident bedroom. They keep it very tidy and clean in there and able to decorate it as they want. They also have a shared bathroom, so 2 shower stalls and 2 bathroom stalls, and share that with others on the floor. We also have the amazing ability to offer a transitional living space up on the 3rd floor. We have one resident who's working towards independent living, and she's able to have a kitchen, living room, bedroom, and bathroom, which really creates an amazing opportunity to work on the skills needed to transition out and before they need to do so on their own. That's a good picture of her hallway and her bathroom and the bedroom. And really try to find the balance between staying in community here with us, but also building community out and into her own community. And then there's a picture of my office up on the 3rd floor. But to really give you guys a day in the life of Mainstay, it's really best said by a client. So I want to kind of share with you what a young woman who's always willing to be a fierce advocate in our community for herself and for others. And she's really leaned into the process of giving and receiving feedback. She's contributed greatly to the development of our community agreements and brings things to circle each week for us to vote on. And she has this to say. So the day in the life of Mainstay tends to change as the members of our community shift and change, which is part of the nature of a transitional living program. However, there are some core things that never change, such as the close and open relationship between staff and clients, the consistent movement towards reaching your own personal goals, and the encouragement given within the community. One of the most important aspects of a day in the life at Mainstay is the process of restorative justice. We use restorative justice as a way of staying in relationship with one another. We do this by holding ourselves and one another accountable so that we can make the repair work when it's needed. Using learned direct communication skills, we have a weekly circle to address any issues that we may be having in our community and have a collective conversation as to how to peacefully resolve them. Before coming to Mainstay, I struggled to have a voice in situations that I didn't feel comfortable in. Since being here, I've been able to find my voice and advocate for changes both big and small. From offering my college professor feedback to submitting a proposal for all the residents to have TVs in their bedrooms, to now being a fierce social justice advocate in my community. Being at Mainstay has given me the opportunity to experience things I never thought, such as working with Deb Little at her equine therapy through her horse and rider connection to coming in tune with my artistic side. As you guys can see in some of these photos, they spend a lot of time getting creative and working with art. Creating space for expression through art has become a client favorite for her and for many others. Providing an alternative form of expression has created space for all community members to feel heard and seen, regardless of skill or severity of mental illness. This approach has promoted a focus on process rather than outcome, which fosters inclusion, and it's a vehicle for change and supports our collaborative, compassionate approach. Some examples of this are collaborative work with Sea Change Yoga. They've really been great even through the pandemic of giving us videos to continue with this practice. The horse and rider connection, as previously mentioned, Deb is great at having them all come out to the horse barn every Wednesday, and at some points even just fighting over which horse they're going to work with, but really learning how to draw boundaries and how to set boundaries and how to work with horses. We also were recently awarded the opportunity to participate in the Eco Maine Challenge, which is cycling as an art. And it's our hope through donations and to our recreation fund that we'll be able to continue to provide the space and materials. Again, to really capture what this means to the program, I think it's best said by a client. And so this is also a fierce woman in our program, and she had this to say. As someone who has a difficult time expressing myself verbally, art has really been a great tool for me to use to be able to express myself in a way that doesn't involve words. I believe that art is so important because it gives us all the opportunity to create a visual of what is going on for us. Sometimes I really struggle with knowing what to say when it comes to how I'm feeling. And sometimes when I can leave group because it's too overwhelming, I'm able to express myself through artwork as to why I left. One thing that I think is really amazing about art is that you don't even need to be good at it or even a true artist. We can all have the same art prompt, but every single resident comes up with something different and unique to them individually. Not only is art a great way to be able to express yourself, but it's also an escape from your own mind when you need to leave your thoughts behind for a little while. Another way that we try to support clients here at Mainstay and take a break from what we call adulting or learning the adulting skill is really building in recreational activities. Many of our clients missed opportunities in their childhood to experience joy in traditional ways. And at Mainstay, we really try to backfill some of these experiences while also as staff modeling to residents that even when you're an adult, you can still have fun. So you'll see in some of these photos a collection of going to the horse barn, still trying to do some holiday things with them, staff playing the Wii or getting involved with our door decorating contests or spirit weeks that we do. I think a thing that's been a challenge for this program is when COVID hit and things had to come to a drastic halt. So the community suddenly needed to shift from promoting independence and taking a power with approach to completing many tasks for residents, such as cooking all of the meals, offering virtual meetings, texting instead of direct contact, and in some ways impacted our connection and relationship with one another. Residents were no longer able to see their friends or families. They weren't focused on independence and felt disconnected from pieces of the program that they loved most. Staff and clients, though, were able to come together and complete a COVID community agreement where clients could feel safe and staff could feel safe coming to work. And through this process, after getting these policies into place and getting the support needed, residents really began to shift the focus from what we can't do to what we can do. And with this, we were able to really get creative and we started making masks together, not only for ourselves, but for people in our community. We started getting creative with different art activities. We did have a staff bring in their dog Scooby, who's been a big hit in trying to really regulate our systems and keep focus on what we're doing here and what the treatment is. Because the clients have been so invested in community, we've been able to to really get them to get out and be part of kind of the civil unrest that's happening. And so clients have been actively protesting and really learning the process of government and learning the process of how to register to vote, and are really becoming really fierce advocates in our community. So because of this, we've really leaned in with them and tried to figure out how we can hold the space to do both things. How can we stay safe, and how can we really empower these young people who have a voice that wants to be heard? So I really appreciate the opportunity today and everybody's participation, and want to thank you for all the support and work that we do. Did you know that there are many different ways that you can support us today, and that every dollar makes a difference? So please click the Donate Now button on the screen and give securely via our website. You can also text the opportunity to 50155 and receive a prompt to donate via your mobile device. You could also call us directly at 207-523-5056, and a volunteer will help you with a monetary donation over a secure phone line. Your donations will directly support the most vulnerable in our community through the 46 plus programs we operate throughout Cumberland County and beyond. So thank you. Be sure to follow us on our Facebook page and YouTube channel today, where we will be sharing lots of content. And you can also visit our website. Next up, I'm going to turn it over to you, Joe Everett, our President and CEO, to wrap up the day with some closing thoughts.
Thank you, Amy. That was really great. It was great to see you and great to hear all the great work that's going on in your program. Good evening, everyone. I hope that you have enjoyed our RAISE event and are as inspired and feel informed and connected as I certainly do. It's been a very powerful day, and we've certainly shared lots of information for our community so that you can learn more about the Opportunity Alliance. As you've seen highlighted throughout the day, we have made information available by way of social media through our live streams and different social media posts. So I hope you've had the opportunity to learn more about our organization. So as you can see, we're pretty passionate about our work, all the way from the frontline staff all the way up to the board of directors. So it's a very passionate group of people, and we really believe that positive change is possible. And that is a belief that we hold dear to us, and we certainly see people recover from mental illness and substance use disorders and lots of other life situations, and are able to sort of become self-sufficient and get back on their feet. So we're very happy to be proud of individual and families' journeys. So we have done very well today with the generous support of our community. And at this point, we are at $41,000 of our $50,000 goal. So that is really good news for the organization and those who need our support. So we're well on our way to achieving or reaching our goal of $50,000. So if you haven't given and you would like to contribute to the great work that goes on at the Opportunity Alliance, you can click the button on your screen, and that will help direct you to our website, or you can go directly to our website, opportunityalliance.org, or you can text opportunity to 50155. And we really, really appreciate all your generous support. We appreciate your friendship, your ongoing commitment to people who have challenges in our community, and we don't do this work alone. So we really value our partnerships. So in that spirit, I really want to again thank our generous supporters and sponsors and partners who actually support us all year long to make the work that we do at the Opportunity Alliance possible. So I want to say a huge thank you to all of our sponsors. And I would just like to add a sincere appreciation to our catalyst sponsor, TD Bank. And as I mentioned this morning, TD Bank has been a longtime friend of the Opportunity Alliance. And I would also like to thank our visionary sponsors, being Kaposa Tile, Clark Insurance, Gorham Savings Bank, and Harvard Pilgrim Healthcare. So a huge thank you. And as I also mentioned this morning, if you are a customer or go into one of these local business or corporations, please on our behalf offer your thanks and let them know that you and acknowledge their generosity to the Opportunity Alliance and the great work that we do. So in closing for the day, I really want to remind folks out there that if you are experiencing COVID-related challenges, be it from mental health concerns, family concerns, financial concerns, please pick up the phone and dial 211. We have amazing staff that can direct you to the resources that you need. You can also text the 211 system as well, and you can also dial, as I mentioned, 211. The other resource that's much more mental health focused is the main crisis line. So if you're feeling overwhelmed or isolated or concerned about a loved one or a community member, please pick up the phone and dial 888-568-1112. Lastly and importantly, as we end our special day and as George Floyd is laid to rest, I would like to take a moment to remember George and the individuals who have lost their lives to racist acts. I want our friends and neighbors to know that at the Opportunity Alliance, we condemn racism of any kind, and that we have been working since 1965 for a better, more just society. Social justice is a pillar of our work, and we continue to support our friends, neighbors, and colleagues of color in our community. As we live in the events of this week and reflect on the countless injustices of the past, we cannot be bystanders. If you need us, we are here for you 24 hours a day. If your family needs us, your neighbor, your friend, the Opportunity Alliance is here 24/7 to help people. And as we like to say at the organization, help starts here. So again, a really huge thank you for being part of our special day. We really appreciate your support throughout the day and your support every day throughout the year. So thank you so much and have a great evening.